Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. And Raj a little bit better, not full, but little bit better. Not fully there, but yeah. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Rani Jhansi Imperial. Good evening. Good evening. I'm a little bit better, but not 100%, but sure. We'll wait 2-3 minutes for everybody to join in, then we'll start. Well, Raju, I have to discuss that. I have to see to it. If my health improves, then only I take on Saturday, Sunday. So I'll take a call tomorrow. Don't worry about that. If there is a class, I will tell you for sure. Don't worry. Still missing close to 25-30% of the class. When they join, we start. We have to start with Battle of Panipat. We've already covered pre-Mughal. We will discuss first Battle of Panipat. The implications of that. What was the concept? What is the whole idea? We will revise what we did in the last half an hour yesterday, and then we'll move forward. I'll give you the whole situation of India and the Central Asian sector and Baba sitting in Kabul. The PPTs of medieval are not well organized. Meaning what? Obviously, it will not be well organized because I have not taken 2 classes. There are 7 units, 7 straightforward units. Because I'm moving forward, backward, we are lagging 2 classes. That is why. So what? Yashwant. Most probably, some of the PPTs would have annotated PPTs would be the problem. Non-annotated would be problem, not problematic. So Dakshinite is parallel to the Vedic period. South India. Ravi, that can't be the case. That actually can't be the case. Ashay, first you tell me why you're asking me that question. Then I give you the answer. I will, Sarita, tell you the time, don't worry. We will study, though it is Vijayanagara Empire, we will study. Randomly asking about Kalyan Mandap. Why? The answer is Vijayanagara. I have not taught you art and culture. Okay, so yesterday we covered a certain portion, and when we covered that certain portion, we created a certain image, and that image has multiple actors in it. Multiple actors in it. And the situation was very straightforward. I will tell you the time for Saturday. I will let you know how to plan your day based on that. I will do it when I will do it. Stop it. Stop it. Literally. So I have generally a lot of patience, but because I'm not well, I don't have patience for all of this. Stop dictating things to me because this is not a democracy. So when I have to inform you that, I will tell you that. So generally, I am able to entertain these things, but I'm not in that state of health right now to take that type of question. So I really want to concentrate on the students who want to study. पता नहीं क्या ही plan कर लोगे, what that's a separate issue altogether. If you can't be there, you cannot be there. You see the recordings. The recordings are already there. So don't talk like an IAS officer that I have to plan things. Don't do that. So stop it. You have the Ottomans. Thereafter, you have the Safavid Empire. Thereafter, we had the Timurids left, pressure created by the Uzbeks. And thereafter, generally, in the Indian sector, we have Daulat Khan Lodi and Ibrahim Lodi, and we have Rana Sanga. This is what we saw yesterday. And at Kabul, Babur was sitting. This is what we did yesterday, yes or no? That this is the basic configuration, and Babur was running from the Fargana sector, going more southwards because he was running away from the Uzbek pressure itself. Now the question as to why Daulat Khan and Rana Sanga approached Babur was the joint irritation with Ibrahim Lodi, and Ibrahim Lodi was the one who Uzbeks, same thing. So Ibrahim Lodi was the one who had become extremely assertive when it comes to power on his governors, and Babur was sitting here waiting for an opportunity, and he gets that opportunity. And the last thing we discussed was that Babur was invited by Rana Sanga and Daulat Khan Lodi. And Daulat Khan Lodi did not realize that Babur was not going to go back, though Rana Sanga accepted that and knew that that was the case. That is why as soon as Babur came, he basically withdrew his support. However, Daulat Khan Lodi wanted Ibrahim Lodi to be gone, and therefore that creates the context for the first battle of Panipat. Now, when we talk about the first battle of Panipat, we discussed why at Panipat, and the answer to that question is that it is a fulcrum in which you have one, the Aravali range, and second, the Shivalik. So basically, it becomes a very important entry point into the Indian plains itself, and therefore Panipat was the area in which basically you have to cross to enter the Ganga Yamuna Dua. Now, the first battle of Panipat is between Babur and Ibrahim Lodi. Yes, Sudesh. Now, if everybody is Fulcrum means ninth class science and technology. Have you seen a fulcrum like this in your life? Funnel, Koopa. Have you seen it? So must take. Okay. Now, if we are clear about the contexts, I need to discuss the first battle of Panipat because there are three major innovations which allowed Babur to win with a numerically lower army. Can we start that discussion? Okay, perfect. Now, listen to me. See, Babur does not have a very big army. That is for sure. 10, 15,000. When Daulat Khan Lodi adds his army to him, maximum 50,000. Maximum 50,000. While Ibrahim Lodi has close to 1.5 lakh army. So one thing was clear when it comes to numbers, Ibrahim Lodi would win. There was no way Babur could win in numbers because of the fact that Babur, as it is, did not have a very big army. And Ibrahim Lodi had all the resources of the Delhi Sultanate previously which were available. And he has a very big army, elephant-based army in that regard. Now, because Ibrahim Lodi has an elephant-based army, he has one disadvantage when he's coming from Agra to Panipat. What is the disadvantage? If you have an elephant-based army, what is the disadvantage? The speed, which is, it's very slow. So basically what Babur does is that Babur is able to come to Panipat at least 1 week before even Ibrahim Lodi would reach this sector. And that is very, very important for Babur because Babur has to do certain things which will make his chances of winning the army, winning this battle proper or even realistic in that regard. Now, see, Babur with him was bringing one outright advantage which nobody in India knew, which is called gunpowder. Gunpowder meaning barood. See, gunpowder was known to the Vijayanagara and Bahmani rulers. However, they did not know how to use it. They did not know how to use it. What does this mean? This means that you know the technology, but you don't know how to use it properly. So they know something called gunpowder is there, but gunpowder has to be mixed with certain chemicals such as salt, pepper and all. And proper gunpowder use was not known to Vijayanagara Bahmani. Now Babur, please pay attention, did not introduce gunpowder in India, but used it effectively for the first time. Meaning, gunpowder based artillery, जिसको हम लोग तोपे कहते हैं, तोप, cannons, are not known to the Vijayanagara Bahmani rulers, but Babur has one contingent of artillery. This is the first advantage which he has. This is the first advantage which he has. However, now the more interesting part here is that Babur also manipulated the Panipat ground, what we call as battlefield, in such a way that he was able to win the battle very easily. And that is because of new warfare techniques not known in India. And that is called the Rummi or Tulugma technique. Rummi or Tulugma technique, wherein Rummi or Tulugma, the concept is it's an Ottoman and Central Asian technique for which no one had an answer in Indian subcontinent. Basically, nobody had ever seen this technique. So the first advantage which Babur has is a warfare technique which Ibrahim Lodi does not know. Second is gunpowder. And if you understand these 2 points, I would like to show you how he won the first battle of Panipat. Can I do that? First battle of Panipat, how he won. Okay. Now. See, Babur chose a very specific section of the Panipat battlefield, wherein he chose a section in which there was one side there was the Aravalis, and on the other side he had the Shivaliks. Now, from this side, Ibrahim Lodi is coming, and from this side, Babur already reached the battlefield very clearly. This is a 3D rendering of it. I'm trying to show you a left-hand render of it, meaning that we're looking at this battlefield from the top towards down in this fashion. So the way we are looking at it is like this. So just to tell you, we are looking at it from the top down. It's a 3D render in that regard. Now, what Babur does is that first he ties up in between the battlefield what are called wagons. You have seen bullock cart. The cart of the bullock cart is actually tied together. This is basically to create an obstruction. So that the speed becomes slow. On the other hand, on one side, we have, or rather on both sides of this wagon, this is the Rummi technique. As we are discussing. This is how this battle is fought. On both sides, he digs up trenches. Trench means that it's basically a small hole which he makes in the ground. Gadha, a trench. And in this trench, he hides it with leaves. And in this trench, he stations his archers. Now he places one whole set of cavalry plus infantry here, and on the back side he keeps the artillery. But in Rummi and Tulugma, which is now today called Trishul technique or Trishul warfare, he kept one tukdi or cavalry contingent behind this mountain and one behind this mountain. So there were basically three components to the army, one which was sitting in front and two on the sides. And if you are coming from the Delhi side, you can't see the armies which are behind the Shivalik or the Aravalis. Now Ibrahim Lodi enters with his very big army into this section. 1 to 1.5 lakh men. He enters with his elephants and his army. And basically what happens is, as soon as he comes closer to these wagons, the first attack is from the archers. The archers first create chaos in the front of the Ibrahim Lodi army front. Then comes the artillery. Artillery advantage is that it can hit from very far away. It can hit from very far away. Now, whilst artillery is creating chaos, and now there's chaos because they're fighting in the middle also, they're fighting in the front also. What Rummi and Tulugma does is that when chaos starts to create or starts to ensue, these contingents move out from each side and now attack on the left and right flank. And basically, now Ibrahim Lodi is not fighting on one front, but four fronts. He's fighting on the front, back, left, and right. And in the middle, the artillery is basically pushing in and creating chaos. This is the advantage of Rummi or Tulugma technique. This is how artillery is used properly. With this technique and proper use of gunpowder, Babar was able to defeat a numerically bigger army of Ibrahim Lodi and win the first battle of Panipat with only skill and technique, not numbers. Now, this is important because the first battle of Panipat, we understand the first battle of Panipat, how it was won. Nobody cares about it. Nobody's asking you, but I'm telling you. Cavalry means horses. Artillery means artillery, which is cannons. Amit, vocabulary better. First battle of Panipat. Do we understand how he won? Yes or no? Okay. Now, first battle of Panipat has a certain significance. And the significance is that gunpowder was properly used in the Indian subcontinent for the first time. Second, techniques of warfare changed. Rummi and Tulugma never known, now used to destroy the whole system. Third, consolidation of North India begins. Size of army became irrelevant, and now techniques matter. Meaning that you can have a very big army, but if you have the right technique, it will lead you to victory as it is. So, first Battle of Panipat, in that regard, is considered a turning point in Indian history, because now what had happened, what is the word which we use between post Gupta and Delhi Sultanate? What is the political scene generally? What is the word we use for it? It is decentralization. It is political fragmentation. Yes, very good. Then there's again centralization under Delhi Sultanate, but again there is decentralization and fragmentation. So Mughals now start to consolidate India, and therefore India will become one unit again in the 16th century. In the 16th century. So are we clear about First Battle of Panipat? Because then I have to discuss this whole set of battles which happened, which is the First Battle of Panipat already done. Then we have Khanwa, Chanderi, and Ghaggar. Comes in the examination generally. Are we clear? Coming from left and right is not Rumi Tulugma. The whole way it was set up is Rumi Tulugma. Now, Ibrahim Lodi and who fought the battle? So I've told you the Ramayana and you're asking me who is Sita? Babar. It is written here. I don't know, some of you watch, some of you listen, some of you don't watch and listen. Gandhiji's monkeys, you will do it. Babar, written here. They fought for what? India. First is gunpowder, second is Tulugmad, third is consolidation. Word consolidation, you don't know, that is why that is the problem. It means India starts to now get into one unit. And second is techniques matter of warfare, not the big army makes no sense if you don't have the right technique to fight. How you in UPSC, just knowing things does not make you clear it. You need to know how to put it into the paper. Okay. Now, Babar has won the first battle, 20th April 1526, and this was between Babar versus Ibrahim Lodi. What happened to Daulat Khan Lodi? He will be killed by Babar when he will resist. Babar had no plans to go back. Daulat Khan Lodi was dumb enough to not understand it. Now, after Babar won over Ibrahim Lodi, now Babar said that I want to now engage with the person who asked me to come but did not give me support and betrayed me in the late period. And therein, the second battle he fought in Khanwa was Babar versus Rana Sanga. And ironically, both Babar will before Babar came to Rana Sanga at Khanwa, Rana Sanga actually said to the Rajputs under a person called Medini Rai that I know that Babar is coming. He has already defeated Ibrahim Lodi, the person we were not able to defeat. We all Rajputs need to come together if Mewar comes together with all the Rajputs, maybe Babur will not be able to defeat us. But guess what was the response of Medni Rai and the other Rajputs? It was not my problem. And that is why Rana Sanga had to face Babur alone. And as it is, if Ibrahim Lodi was defeated by Babur, Tulugma, Rumi and gunpowder was too much for Rana Sanga. Now, after defeating Rana Sanga, Babur again turned towards Rajasthan more. And he will say that now I will take the whole sector and he will fight the Rajputs under Medni Rai. And Medni Rai was not able to defeat Babur as it is. And here again Babur will win. And now after taking this whole sector, the Lodis had started to retreat towards the Bengal sector. So yes, he captured Mewar. So Babur then goes after the Afghans or Lodis in Bengal in the Battle of Ghaggar. So basically, he is consolidating this whole sector. He's consolidating this whole sector. And yes, subject member expert, yes. Mewar was captured. Now, these are the first 4 battles which were fought by Babur. First under Ibrahim Lodi, then Rana Sanga, then Chanderi and Ghaggar. A standard question comes in the examination, which is to put them in chronological order, which is Panipat first, then Khanwa, then Chanderi, and last is Ghaggar. Ghagra, Ghaggar, whatever you want to call it. PKCG is the first set. All battles won by Babur. But Lodi still were not fully defeated under Babur. And that is why Sher Suri will rise later. Babur will do one thing, which is he will consolidate this whole sector. Wherein he will very systematically move towards from the west to the east, more or less defeating anybody he saw as a threat. And the basic point was all of them were caught off guard because of the fact that they did not know how to deal with gunpowder or the Ottoman or West Asian techniques of fighting in the wars. And therefore, Babur very simply, one after the other, everywhere Babur is going to win. Listen to me. I'm saying something. Everywhere Babur will win because of his superior technique and superior gunpowder usage. Are we clear about this? Because I'll keep on adding. Panipat, Khanwa, Chanderi, Ghaggar, then will come Chausa, Kannauj, and then second battle of Panipat. This is a whole list which I will give you. That's a standard question which comes in the examination. Are we clear about the first set? And what advantage he had in the first battle of Panipat, he has in the Ghaggar sector also. Are we clear? Babur. Okay. Now, the NCRT now does not have this section, but used to have this section, in which there used to be these tables in which major events and campaigns of every Mughal emperor was given. Fortunately, I have kept them in the PPT so they survive. And this is a very easy way of learning for UPSC. So for every ruler, there will be a box like this. And this will help you remember basic political points. What I'm starting with you is, see, in Mughals, there are basically, this is not 12th class NCERT. There are basically 5 major areas out of which questions are asked. Political history, generally question is not asked, but that is one thing we have to do. Then political, you have Mansabdari, Jagirdari, the concept of revenue administration, thereafter the concept of Rajput policy, religious policy, decline. Rajput, religious, Mansabdari, Jagirdari, and revenue administration are 4 technical areas. Other than that, this political history and decline you do in modern also. But political history is which I want to just go through, and as always, don't get caught up into major things. Satish Chandra has very beautiful history and very interesting sections about their political endeavors. I really don't care what is the political endeavor. Who fought where did they win is of no purpose to me. We rather have to concentrate on things from which questions are asked and can be made. So I'm already telling you that political history, whatever is bare minimum, will be told to you. Other than that, I really want to reach till Mansabdari Jagirdari, where the real importance, or rather we'll do it tomorrow. What we will do today is revenue administration. Sher Shah Suri's contribution first, and revenue administration of Akbar. That is the most important to us. Can we start with that conviction? So in mains paper of each subject, how many questions compulsory to qualify mains out of 20? All questions need to be attempted. Okay. Now, this painting is actually quite interesting. Before I start the political history itself, this was made quite late in 1702, 1712 period, meaning just before the death of Aurangzeb. And the beauty of this painting is that in this one painting itself, you can see all the Mughal emperors, and over and above that, can we take 5 minutes break before we start? Over and above that, it also has Timur and great-great-grandfather, great-grandfather, grandfather, and father of Babur, the father of Babur. Now, though you don't need to learn it, it's quite interestingly placed. So in the center is Timur. This is Timur. In the center of the painting is Timur. And then right and left, you have all the rulers. Right and left, you have all the rulers. And it is quite interestingly placed also. So right of Timur, which is not our right, but Timur's right. So this will be his right and this will be his left. Am I right or not? It's basic CSAT. Which will be the right and left? This will be the right, yes. Sitting like Timur, right, left. So right of Timur, we have the first Mughal emperor's Babur's great great grandfather. So this is great great grandfather. Thereafter, then Abu Said, which is great grandfather, and then to the left of Timur we have Babur's great grandfather. This is great grandfather. I don't care about these people. I care about Babur's father. This is Umar Sheikh. This is Babur's father, which is Umar Sheikh. And thereafter, you also have the Mughal emperors in sequence. This is Babur, and they have basically alternated. Babur, Humayun, Akbar, Jahangir, then you have Shah Jahan, and then Aurangzeb. And this is the way how they are identified. That is the way we have a way. When this painting was made, it was written down who is where. The basic point is I'll remove this clutter over it. This painting is considered generally important because it gives us the right sequence. It gives us the right sequence of the Mughal emperors. Over and above that, it gives us the sequence from Timur to Babur, and then Babur to Aurangzeb. For who has no idea about Mughal India whatsoever, this painting is very important because it has the main rulers of Mughals in this, wherein Babur, Humayun, Akbar, Jahangir, Shah Jahan, and Aurangzeb are the 6 emperors which you need to know. And over and above that, in between these two, which is Babur, Humayun, and Akbar, there is one Afghan, in a way Lodi, who is basically considered an interregnum period. Which is that for 15 years between Humayun and Akbar, Sher Shah Suri ruled, and that way Sher Shah Suri is generally considered very, very, very important. Very, very, very important because he is the one who brings in a lot of interesting innovations which become the base on which Akbar moves. After Akbar, Jahangir, Shah Jahan, Aurangzeb, every child in India knows this sequence. So it is not something extraordinary I am asking you to remember. Babur, Humayun, Akbar, Jahangir, Shah Jahan, Aurangzeb. And to the question why they are called Mughals, I already told you. I'll give you the sequence. Don't worry about that time period. Mughals, they are actually father side Timur, used to call themselves Timurids. This word Mughal is a distortion of the word Mongol by the British into Mughal and then to Mughal. The Mughals never called themselves Mughals, they always called themselves Timurids. So, with this, I'll give you a 5-minute breather. Because after that, back to back, 45 minutes of proper political history is there. And in that sense, use this breather to think about what I've said till this point. Well, I'll start with Humayun, talk about Chausa, talk about Kannauj, talk about Sher Shah Suri's administration, and then the next break most probably is when I break at Akbar. So 5 minutes, 6:50, again we start. Just think about it. Right? You want to be on this. Okay. Now, yes, 5:50. Okay. Now, Babur, having won 4 major battles, had created a big empire. Had created a big empire, at least from the northwestern sector till Bengal, till more or less Bengal. But Babur did a mistake, which no other ruler will do after Babur, which Timur had done and which Mongol had done, and even Genghis Khan had done, which is that Babur had 3 major sons, rather 4. One is Humayun, the other one is Kamran, Askari, and Hindal. He had 4 sons. And what he did was that he partitioned the empire into 4 parts. Into 4 parts, which means that basically, he did the same mistake as Timur. He did the same mistake as Kamran, as Genghis Khan. So basically, be it Humayun, be it the previous sons of the Mongols or Timur, they also face the same issue, because by dividing the empire, you always weaken it. So Humayun, Kamran, Askari, Hindal now have 4 different areas of the Mughal Empire, and Kamran and Humayun don't really gel together quite well. Genghis Khan did it, destroyed his empire. Timur did it, Ottomans and Safavid took it. Babur did not learn from that mistake, did the same. Now, whilst all of this is happening, the Afghans regrouped themselves under a person sometimes called Sher Khan or called Sher Shah Suri. He's an Afghan. His father had been a zamindar and an officer under the Lodhis. He knows this terrain quite well. From Bihar, Sasaram, very well knows how the whole uh, Doab region works, which is the area to fight, which is not the area to fight. Now, the problem with Humayun is that he is a little bit too casual. And he had 2 problems. One, that he used to drink too much. And the second one, which is that he had an obsession with opium, Afim. So basically, he's a little bit too druggish. So if you look at Humayun's position, his orientation is not the way it should be, and that is why Sher Shah Suri was able to do what he was able to do. So if your empire is not very stable, do you do construction activities? Do you do construction activities when your empire is not stable? No. And Humayun said, no, let's do one thing. Let's make the Purana Killa. We'll make the Purana Killa in Delhi little bit. We'll do it. Good library. He loved his books, loved his libraries, and loved his liquor. Now, Sher Shah Suri was able to see that Humayun was not paying attention to Bengal. And therefore, Sher Shah Suri first challenged Humayun in what is called the Battle of Chausa. Battle of Chausa, 1539. And Battle of Chausa, Humayun fought with Sher Shah Suri. Kamran did not help, and Humayun was saved by the Ganga River itself. Because it is believed that in this battle, somehow Humayun was able to cross the river And that is why Sher Shah Suri did not kill Humayun. But if you have been defeated by Sher Shah Suri at Chausa, what will be your standard reaction? What will be your reaction? As a ruler, what will you do? You will retaliate, you will recoup, you will try to seek revenge, you will basically strengthen yourself. You will start to strengthen yourself. But Humayun ने बोला नहीं, ये दीवार ठीक से बनी नहीं है. He said, no, this wall needs to change. He went back to reconstructing the Purana Killa. He said, saved by the river, no issues. And Sher Shah Suri could see that Humayun is actually not serious. And that is why next year at the Battle of Kannauj, 1540, Humayun is properly defeated by Sher Shah Suri. Here again, the river Ganga will save Humayun because Humayun was going to get killed, but somehow he fell from his horse into the water. And by the current of the water, he was taken away from the battlefield. If not, he was for sure 110%. Pakka marta hai. For sure. But in that whole confusion, he fell into the river and he was taken by the river flow somewhere safer. Now, after this, Humayun goes to Kamran. Kamran does not help him. Then Humayun goes, now basically Sher Shah Suri is chasing Humayun. He reaches Delhi and Sher Shah Suri takes Delhi and Agra together, establishing between 1540 and 1555 what is called the Suri dynasty or the Suri rule itself. At the same point of time, what is even more important is that whilst going back at Amarkot, a Rajput gives Humayun shelter and Akbar is born in Amarkot. And Akbar is then captured by Kamran, not killed by Kamran, his uncle. And Humayun runs to the Safavid Empire to Iran. Between 1540 to 1555, Humayun had no clue what to do. So he waits for Sher Shah Suri to die. And in 1555, Humayun comes back to India, having taken help from the Safavid ruler Safavid Shah. And Humayun will now defeat Sikandar Suri, the son of Sher Shah Suri, and re-establish the empire, Mughal Empire, in 1555. Everything is written in the PPT. I'll read it out to you. And ironically, after re-establishing, 6 months into his rule, Humayun will drink a little bit too much and go to the library, go up the steps of the library to take out a book, and he will fall from his library and die. So ironically, the same person who was saved by Ganga twice, there was no Ganga ji basically in his library. He would have been saved there also. But the basic point was, Chausa, Kannauj, both saved by the river. He will literally die after drinking too much and falling from his library and breaking his neck. But the problem was that when he dies, Akbar was only six years of age. And no, he was not 6 years, 14 years of age. He was a minor. And now the Mughal rule was in the hands of a small child called Jalaluddin Akbar. And the Afghans were again regrouping under a ruler called Hemchandra or Hemu. And they were now threatening to destroy Mughal rule properly. Afghans chose Hemchandra, a Hindu ruler, to fight Akbar. But at that point of time, Akbar's mentor and tutor, Bairam Khan, stood up and said that I will become the regent. I will become the regent. Regent means a person who rules in your name. And Bairam Khan will then fight on behalf of Akbar the second battle of Panipat, in which Hemu will fight with Akbar, in a way Bairam Khan, and Bairam Khan will defeat in the name of Akbar Hemchandra, and thereafter the Afghans will be totally destroyed, and Akbar will then start to consolidate the empire into what we know as the Mughal Empire generally. Now, basically, I've referred to multiple warfares and I've referred to multiple battles. What I want to do is read this portion out to you and then write all the battles on one page. Can I do that? Can I do that? Yes? Okay. So let's talk about Humayun. Humayun succeeds at the age of 23 in December of 1530, and Babar had left a lot of issues behind. The biggest was that Afghans were regrouping, and second, Humayun had to also fight his younger brother Kamran, because Kamran was not very happy with Humayun getting the Agra sector. Now, Humayun did not take Sher Shah Suri very seriously, and because of that, in 1539, Battle of Chausa, Humayun was defeated by Sher Shah Suri first time. Second time, he will be defeated in Battle of Kannauj. Sur dynasty will be established, and it will take him 15 years to come back and then defeat Sikandar Shah Suri, the son of Sher Shah Suri, to re-establish his rule, and then die after 6 months. Are these Afghans Timur only? No, these are Afghans which were Lodi descendants. They are the ones who survived after the Lodis were gone. Now, at the time of death of Humayun, the blue area which you see is basically what Mughal Empire used to look like, and Sher Shah Suri's empire was there. Now, we'll talk about Sher Shah Suri separately. Akbar came to power at a difficult position. He came to power at a difficult position because of the fact that he was born at Amarkot, was treated well by his uncle Kamran, but he will be crowned the king after his father dies in 1556 at the age of 13 years 4 months, basically 14 years. And the biggest issue which he faced was that Bairam Khan will stand up in the name of Akbar, but Hemu was the biggest issue which he was facing, and defeating Hemu or Hemchandra was very, very important. Now, after defeating Hemu, Akbar was able to manage the empire the way he should properly thereafter. Now, when we'll talk about Akbar later. What I want to concentrate on is now Sher Shah Suri. And what did Sher Shah Suri do to India? Can we discuss Sher Shah Suri? Basically, we are discussing Suri dynasty between 1530, not 1530, 40 to 1555. Before I do that, I'll just give you the list of all battles on one page, 1540 to 1555. Okay, all battles on one slide. See, you have first Battle of Panipat. Then you have Battle of not Chausa, Khanwa. Then Battle of Chanderi. Then Battle of Ghaggar. Then Battle of Chausa. Then Battle of Kannauj. Thereafter the Battle of Sarhind, and then Battle of Second Battle of Panipat. So this is 1526, 1527, 1528, 1529, 1539, 40, 1555, 1556. And PKCG Chakasar, first, second Pani. So this is basically the sequence. These four are Babar, these three are Humayun, and this is Akbar. They all fought under First Battle of Panipat. I don't know what you mean by that. I really I don't know what you mean by that. Are we clear about this? Does he rule entire India? No. Shesha Suri only rules the blue part, which you see here. This is the effective area. That's it. Can we discuss Suri? Battle of Sarhind? Yes. Sikandar Shah Suri versus Humayun. Okay. Why his uncle let Akbar rule? Uncle was already dead. Kamran was dead. Behram Khan was alive. He is saying that those are parts of First Battle of Panipat. भाई ऐसा मत करो यार. Is this a story like Jodha Akbar movie, right? भाई पहली बात तो जोधा अकबर movie premise is already problematic. The whole Jodha Akbar movie is incorrect only, but forget it. That's not a story of wife, husband, but actually a story of father-in-law, daughter-in-law. Jodha was not the wife of Akbar, but the wife of Salim. Salim is Jahangir. There's a colonel called Colonel Todd, British officer. He messed up Harkha Bai and Jodha Bai. Harkha Bai is the wife of Akbar and she's not called Jodha. Jodha is the what mat likho, that is the truth. Satish Chandra wrote to that whoever was the director of that movie. What is who's the director of that movie? Jodha Akbar? I don't know. Some I'm not good with directors. आशुतोष गवारीकर. हाँ, आशुतोष ऐसे भाई ऐसे तो आशुतोष तो ऐसे लिखे जैसे तुम्हारा दोस्त हो. Yes, आशुतोष गवारीकर. आशुतोष गवारीकर. He wrote, Satish Chandra wrote to Ashutosh Gavarikar that what you're making is not the story of Akbar and his wife, but Akbar and his daughter-in-law. But he said that is popular imagination. So, in that movie, there are multiple issues, but leave it. For you, Jodha is Akbar's wife, though that is technically not true. She's the wife of Jahangir. Don't know, sir, but it was shocking. ठीक है, बहुत चीजें होंगी shocking अभी. Lot of things for you to get shocked of. This is the least possible. Yes? Okay. Give me 1 second. Is there a serial? Serial भी गलत ही होगा most. Such a major shocking news. Acha, Mongol saved Delhi Sultanate saved us from Mongols was not shocking to you, but Akbar is and Jodha not husband wife is shocking to you. Priorities are very good. Okay. Yes, sir, this is shocking. Jagat Gosai is named as Jodha. Jagat Gosai is Jodha. Yes. Colonel Todd mixed up Harkha Bai, Jodha Bai, Jagat Gosai all together. British hai, karte hain. When they can call Timur as Mongol, then they can do anything. So why not? Now, Sher Shah Suri is important for 2-3 things. Let it sink in. Let it sink in. No issues. कोई बात नहीं. It will. कोई बात. Okay. Now, Sher Shah Suri is an important personality. And is important personality because of the fact that he is the one who did a lot of things which Akbar built upon. Because in a way, Humayun had no time, and thank God Sher Shah Suri actually took this 15 years as rule. Because he had no orientation towards rule and did not know what he was generally doing. Now, when we talk about Sher Shah Suri, the first thing which he did was he knew that in order to survive as an empire, economy should be perfect, along with law and order. Now, the first act which Sher Shah Suri did was that he introduced a silver coin in the Indian subcontinent, which is today called as rupiah. So this rupiah word, rupee, which you use today, is actually a word which comes out of Sher Shah Suri's silver coin. And the word comes like silver is called rupehla and gold is called sunhera. Sunhera because it shines, rupehla meaning it does not shine. So rupiah was the silver coin which Sher Shah Suri introduced and became a staple coin during the Mughal period also later. Thereafter, the second thing which he did was he sorted and re-established the law and order in the length and breadth of the Suri Empire, which is basically northern India or what we call as Doab area. So a lot of zamindars were not paying taxes, a lot of people were not doing a lot of things. So basically what he did was he brought these zamindars under control, law and order was made proper. Third, he established and revived a old trade route between west and east, which today you call as GT Karnal Road. It was called the Grand Trunk Road, which used to go from Lahore, Multan to Sonargaon in Bengal. Basically, from the western sector to the eastern sector, he properly revived roads. Then he further connected these Multan roads to the Central Asian routes, and he also connected the Grand Trunk Road with roads which were going towards the Deccan sector. So he knew that trade routes are very, very important and building roads is very, very important so that traders can move around. This is very, very important for the empire to generally be there. Thereafter, he established what are called sarais on these highways every 8 kilometers. Sarai is basically an inn or hotel, and you yourself would have heard about these resting places or inns or hotels. The most known recently renamed was Mughal Sarai. Mughal Sarai, now Deen Dayal Upadhyay Station, was called Mughal Sarai. Then you have Lado Sarai. You have Bear Sarai. Thereafter, you have multiple. There may be a place near your village or town which has a Sarai attached, Begu Sarai. These words which are attached to it, these words Sarai is basically related to how these were basically inns and hotels made by Shesha Suri on the trade route itself. So what he's done is he's already established properly the roads, but he's also done one more thing, which is that he's created these resting places for the traders, and there was a separate lodging for Muslims, separate lodging for Hindus. At the same point of time, sir, on Google and everywhere, Akbar wife was Jodha is mentioned. Beautiful. Yes. गलत prove कर दिया मेरे को. I know that. Very good. Accomplished something. Good में. Very good. ठीक है. Firstly, you are not listening to me, which means you are rather Googling things. Is Jodha by Akbar's wife or not? 100 out of 100. UPSC ऐसे ही clear कर देना चाहिए. Because you were able to tell me that I am wrong. It will. Google is not a repository of information. It is the repository of things written by different people. So, कोई बात नहीं. Wikipedia is also just random people writing. You can create your own Wikipedia page and write whatever you want to write. So Wikipedia and Google, if you stay away from it, it would be good enough. Because if you will write, is the earth flat? The Google will say yes. And it will give you supporting documents also. So, कोई बात नहीं. Perfect. Okay. Silver tanka is used by, the tanka is a word used for Delhi Sultan. Okay. No issues. Very good. Very good. The nation is in the right hands. Okay. Sarai is basically even in the disclaimer of such movie, it shows her name was Harka Bai. They chose her name as Jodha. In reality, Jodha was Salim's wife. Very good, Divya. Very good. Okay. Sarais on every 8 kilometers, different for Hindus and Muslims. But there was one more problem. Amit, what is right? Whatever you want it to be. Because UPSC doesn't care. जो अच्छा लगता है. You want to believe that she is the wife of Akbar. Believe in that. जो दिल बोले. Right? Okay. I know what you're saying. Akbar की wife थी, जो दयानी थी. I really don't care. So, but I told you what is the standard thing. But I leave it to you. Okay. We had not had this big discussion for any other topic. And I think you've not Googled for any other topic rather than this one. So, very good. Perfect. Beautiful. Now, there was one more issue, which is that there were too many points at which taxes were taken, which basically did not make sense because it increases the cost. So the fifth thing which he did was he simplified the taxation system and he made sure tax was only collected at 2 points. In the west at Multan and in the east Sikri Gully. If you're coming from the Bay of Bengal sector, pay at Sikri Gully, you get a small slip. You don't have to pay tax throughout the Mughal Empire, throughout the Sher Shah Suri Empire. Same way, if you are paying at Multan, then you don't have to pay anywhere else. One you pay when you are bringing in the goods into the empire. The other one is when you're selling it. Basically like IGST, which is interstate tax, and when you sell it, which is the concept of value addition tax or VAT like thing. The basic point is he made sure that if you paid it at one point, in these 2 points either, you don't have to pay it again, which is quite important because it simplifies the whole system. I'll read this out to you, but then one major measure is left, which I will discuss with you, which is called Ray. But before I do that, I'll consolidate this part. See, the Sher Shah Suri Empire consolidated and in a way culminated all things which were Delhi Sultanate based ideas, wherein Sher Shah Suri brought law and order in the length and breadth of the empire. We already know that. He dealt with the robbers and the dacoits, disobeyed the orders. The people who were disobeying the orders of the government, he brought them under control, which is very, very important. He then paid a lot of attention to trade and commerce, and he restored all imperial roads such as the Grand Trunk Road from Sonargaon in Bengal to the Indus River. He also built a road from Agra to Jodhpur to Chittor and then linking it with Gujarat. So you can see how he's internally linking everything together. Thereafter, he built the third road from Lahore to Multan and then connecting Multan with Central Asia. For the convenience of travelers, every 2 coasts, which is 8 kilometers, he built sarais. These are fortified lodgings for the people where they can keep their goods safe and basically separate lodging for Hindus and Muslims. He also brought in custom duty of goods to be paid only at 2 points, which is in Bengal, which is in Sikri Gully, Bengal, Bihar, and other one near the Indus, near Multan. No one was allowed to levy any other tax other than at these 2 points, and the other tax was paid when it was being sold. Now, before I go to administration, are we clear about this? Which is how did these 5 points which I've discussed with you, how he's basically reviving the Indian subcontinent in a way. In a way, he's reviving the Indian subcontinent in that regard. Are we clear? Yes, beautifully perfect. Now, Sher Shah Suri also played with another concept. And now we're moving towards tax at 2 points, Sikri Gully and Multan. Now, when we talk about his administration, he was very clear about one thing, which is called conflict of interest. It's called conflict of interest. Should an officer have both revenue and general administrative powers? Meaning that should a policeman also have the right to collect taxes? And the answer to that question is no, because you are mixing 2 types of positions together. One general administration and other revenue administration. That is why till today in India, there are 2 positions which exist when you will become an IS officer. You could get 2 postings, either DM or DC. A lot of people, most of the aspirants also don't know the difference. A district collector and a district magistrate are 2 different positions. District collector is part of the revenue administration of that district, and district magistrate is part of the general administration of that district. Meaning that when it comes to customs, when it comes to GST, when it comes to any form of revenue collection from that area, you will go to the DC. And that position was actually created by the British, who is higher, both are equal rank. District magistrate is if the police has to has to produce a person in front of a magistrate, then it's a district magistrate you will go to. So DM and DC are exactly same position, but in two different administrative setups. So collector and magistrate are two different positions. But this separation of power is something which was not that the British introduced, but it was Sher Shah Suri who did it. Sher Shah Suri actually changed the way administration actually worked. You see, he had three levels, which is he had villages. Villages together become a pargana, and a pargana becomes a sarkar. Pargana becomes a sarkar. There is also person in some areas DMDC could be same also if the district is too small, and in big, for example, Delhi DC DM are different. So you have number of villages making together a pargana. Pargana, you have above it a sarkar or a shik. But what is interesting is that pargana is not under one person but two people, shikdar and munsif. This is very interesting. You have on one side shikdar, and here you have munsif. And at the sarkar or shik level, you have shikdar, a shikdaran, and here you have munsifan, a munsif. Meaning, what he's done is he's differentiated between revenue administration and general administration. Wherein you see Shikdar takes care of basic administration, Munsif takes care of revenue collection. The same way Shikdar Shikdaran or Faujdar takes care of the Shik basic things, Munsif and Munsifan or Munsifan and Munsif is the one who takes care of revenue administration. This, in that regard, is quite revolutionary because he has changed the way you look at the whole administration itself. He has made sure that there is separation of power. This is something quite significant. Had not been done previously under any administration. So revenue administration is with the Munsif, which exists till today. There's a position of Munsif. You will ever give PCS examinations, it will say Munsif position. And Shikdar Shikdaran is the one who takes care of general administration, or he is also called Faujdar. Are we clear? Which position do most people prefer? District magistrate, district collector. That's not in your hands. You will get posted in what you want to get posted, whatever the government will post you to. Revenue general clear? Are we clear about this? Whatever discussion I've had with you, is this clear? Because I will go into a technical discussion, very important, and I need you to concentrate there. Remove Jodha Akbar from your mind and now start to concentrate because I'm going to discuss a very important thing right now. Are we clear? Okay. Now, still not got a lot of yeses, but I take it as democratic that these people who are saying yes is saying for you also. Okay. Now the biggest innovation, what Sher Shah Suri did was something in revenue administration. Now pay attention. Before Sher Shah Suri, now pay attention. I'm giving you an example, working example. There are two farmers, one wheat farmer, the other one rice farmer, A and B. Now A produces wheat, B produces rice. He produces 300 kgs. He also produces 300 kgs. Now before Sheshasuri, land tax is 1/3. 1/3. So he pays 100 kgs. He pays 100 kgs. Is the maths correct till this point? That 100 kgs is basically what is the obligation. Beautiful. Now the state does not want it in kgs. The state wants it in cash or in silver coins. Now tell me one thing, is wheat and rice sold at the same cost? No. So the prevailing market rate is for rice is rupees 8 per kg, and for wheat it is rupees 4 per kg. It is rupees 4 per kg. But the state says that we will convert the produce or share into cash at a fixed rate, which is rupees 5. So this person is giving rupees 500. This person is also giving rupees 500. So the formula is 1/3 into produce into fixed rate. But is this fair? In no way. Because he is paying, wheat farmer is paying more and the rice farmer is paying less. Because his total income is basically 1200 rupees. His total income is 1200. He is paying 500 as tax. His total income is much higher, 3200 rupees, and he is paying 2800 rupees, and he is paying 2400 rupees, and he is paying only 500 out of it. So who is left with more money? Who is left with more money? The rice farmer or the wheat farmer? The rice farmer. And the problem is the fixed rate at which the tax is getting converted. Now this is what Shesha Suri was able to identify. That there is no incentive for the wheat farmer to produce wheat, and there is more incentive for the rice farmer to produce rice. So what Shesha Suri does, he introduces a concept called RAY, differential rate of conversion into cash. Same example, 300 kgs wheat, rice 300 kgs, same one third, 100 kgs, 100 kgs. Now the point is, prevailing rate is 8 per kg, prevailing rate is 4 per kg. Now what Ray is basically is the differential rate at which both will be converted. In the sense, here it will be one third into produce into Ray, one third into produce into Ray, and very significantly, Ray for wheat was kept at rupees 3 and Ray for rice was kept at rupees 7. Now, how much does this person pay? Rupees 300. How much does this person pay? Rupees 700. Now, is this proportionate to what they are earning? Is this proportionate to what they are earning? And the answer is yes. And therefore, Ray is the differential tax rate conversion by Sher-Shah Suri. Basically, one third into produce remains the same. What Sher-Shah Suri does is he creates a list of central Ray list, it was called, under which every crop, what is the market price, was taken into consideration and the rate of conversion into cash was different. Rupees 4 was the wheat rate and this was the rice rate. Does this make sense? What is the advantage of Ray? Yes. So what we'll do is we'll take a break here, come back. I will read this out to you from the PPT, again revise with you, and then we'll move forward to Akbar. I'll leave you on this, right? Okay. See you at 6:55ish, 7. If before 7 I come, okay. Till 7, don't start to say that the earth is over, the class is over. Don't do that. Welcome back. Okay. Now we basically have to read this basic portion related to Ray. Crop rate. Jasirani, it's an example. A crop rate Ray was drawn up, laying down the stage share for different crops, and this was done to convert it into cash based on prevailing market rates. Share of the state was 1/3 of the produce. It was also divided according to good middling land, which type of land you had, good or bad, and basically 1/3 of the produce was fixed, but the rate at which it would be converted into cash, because the state preferred cash, was basically Ray, and that is the basic concept. Just to reiterate what is Ray, that previously before Sheshasuri, everything was converted into cash in the same way. On the other hand, the simple point was, as soon as Sheshasuri comes in, he changes the rate of conversion. The previously this formula used to remain for everybody or every tax. But this is not appropriate. This is not just, it creates a lot of confusion. So 1/3 into produce into Ray is what Sheshasuri brought in. And what Sheshasuri did was that this is a central list of price at which crop price will be converted. And this is different for different crops. Different for different crops. Basically, Ray was a system which quality of produce. No, it's not about quality of produce. It's about which product, which crop you are producing. It has nothing to do with quality. Quality is something which is taken into consideration for Ray, which is if it's a good, middling, bad. Maybe the Ray may go up and down if you are in a very fertile area. If not in a very fertile area, it may be reduced. But it is basically differential crop rate. That's it. Is it a progressive taxation method? Abhijit, don't use these words, because what you're using is a capitalist model of taxation, and it is not how it works. Literally not how it works. It's just a system of differential rate conversion according to crop. That's it. Are we clear? Can we talk about Akbar, Jahangir, Shahjahan, Aurangzeb basics, political history? Yes? Okay. Now, when we talk about Akbar, we already know came up in a very problematic context. And see, it is believed that Akbar basically ruled in three basic phases: 1556 to 1570, 70 to 85, and 85 to 1605. 1605 is Akbar when he will die. This is an NCRT thing. Now you don't have it, but it was quite good that is. Now, initially, Akbar, when he was a minor, he had two major influences on him. His mother is Hamida Bano Begum, who's the wife of Humayun. He had one, Bairam Khan, and the other one, Maham Anga. Mahanga or Mahamanga is the one who's basically considered the foster mother, basically the Dai of Akbar. And Bairam Khan is the regent or mentor of Akbar. Now it is believed that Bairam Khan and Mahamanga initially were together, but by the later period, Mahamanga did not like Bairam Khan, and Akbar did not like how Bairam Khan used to fight. In the sense that Bairam Khan had a very important rule that if he defeats a ruler, he will behead the ruler for sure. He will kill the ruler for sure. And herein, Akbar basically showed his different orientation, when he wanted to show mercy and did not want to kill the ruler, rather make him a part of his empire as a subsidiary. And therefore, Behram Khan did not agree with Akbar on this. And when there was a disagreement between Akbar and Behram Khan at a teenage uh, age of Akbar, Behram Khan was asked to go to Hajj, and on his way to Hajj, he will be killed by certain bandits who he had late previously also defeated. Mahamanga is the one who became extremely influential, and Mahamanga's influence will remain till 1565-ish period. But Akbar will then later realize that Mahamanga is also playing politics. So he will remove her from active politics and the position of foster mother, therefore freeing himself in the second phase to pursue what he wanted to pursue. Now, between 1556 to 1570, this period he was under the regency of Behram Khan and Mahamanga. And at this point of time, his biggest issue was one of his half brothers, the other son of Humayun, which is Mirza Hakim. And also at this point of time, he had multiple issues with nobility. Nobility means that his own nobles were fighting quite a lot. For example, Uzbeks, Afghans, they were fighting quite a lot. And therefore, the Sisodias and the Rajput policy will start to evolve under this period under Akbar's mind, which we'll discuss later. But this is the formative period of Akbar. Akbar thereafter will take Gujarat, Bihar, Bengal, Orissa, and then also be troubled by his again brother trying to take empire away from him. And by 1685, he will basically end the issue of Mirza Hakim by killing him. And Akbar will now turn towards the Deccan sector, which will become a perennial issue for the Mughals thereafter, which is Ahmednagar, Golconda, Bijapur, Berar, and Bidar. The Deccan policies, which is going to be very problematic. But there is something very interesting about Mughal history, that every father and son used to fight before they came to power. And this is true for Akbar's son named Jahangir. Now, Jahangir's original name was Salim. I'm again giving you basic political history. This is in no way comprehensive. If NCRT removed a chapter, should we learn from the PPT? We need to learn from the PPT and from the Satish Chandra book. Satish Chandra still has it. The simple point is, I'm giving you basic political history, which should be known to you, nothing being nothing very small. Rajput policy, I will discuss with you later separately. Rajput religious and Mansabdari Jagirdari, most probably tomorrow. Now, Salim Jahangir was very eager to come to power. Akbar, by 1605, 1603, 1601, was already very weak, very old. But in a way, uh, Salim in a way tried to show to Akbar that he was ready. Akbar had a very beloved poet, Abul Fazl. Salim, which is Jahangir, beheaded Abul Fazl and sent his head to Akbar to show that it was time that he gives power to Akbar itself. Standard, small, basic fighting between father and son was always there. But Jahangir did not actually face too much resistance from his own father, but from his elder son. His son Khusrav was the one who said that my father should not come to power, I should. That Jahangir was too old to come to power. So Khusrav was the one who basically started to fight with Jahangir. And here, Jahangir had to basically fight his son and also imprison him to make sure that he does not become a nuisance over a period of time. So when it comes to father-son relationship, not very good examples when it came to Mughal emperors. That is something standard which happened throughout this period. Jahangir is the eldest son of Akbar, and it was Khusrau who actually needed to be quenched or in a way controlled, because he said that Jahangir should not come to power. It should be me, and therefore he was captured and imprisoned. Now, Jahangir is generally known for two things. One is paintings, which we'll discuss in art and culture. Other one is that he created a new judicial order in which you could reach to the emperor if there was some issue with regards to that. But Jahangir is more known not because, sir, both Jahangir, Khusro, sons of Akbar, no. Son of Akbar is Jahangir. Jahangir's son is Khusro. Jahangir had 12 ordinances, which are called the Zanjir-e-Adal, through which you could go to the Agra fort and seek audience to him there if there's an issue. Jahangir is more known for the two farmans, which you already know, 1613, 1615 farmans. What did he give to 1613 farman to the British? What did he give to them? Surat, very good. And 1615, Agra, Broch, the Ahmedabad sector, Bengal, and Mostipatnam. Very good. But it is actually his wife who is known to be very interesting personality. Name Noor Jahan. Name Noor Jahan. Sometimes also called Noor Mahal Pacha Begum. And real name Mehrunisa. Now, what is this story of Jahangir and Noor Jahan? Now, it is believed that Jahangir really did not hold a lot of power. Rather, Noor Jahan had her own junta. Noor Jahan junta, it is called. Junta means group. And it is believed that Noor Jahan, along with her father, Imaduddaulah, brother, used to take a lot of decisions on the behalf of Jahangir. And Jahangir, though not very weak, mostly did not intervene when Noor Jahan did something. And Noor Jahan, throughout this period, tried to capture a lot of power. However, Jahangir was not that dumb that he would give all power to Noor Jahan. But what is interesting is that because of Noor Jahan, there was a lot of politics happening when Shah Jahan was coming to power. So what I've told you is how did Jahangir come to power? Jahangir's major contribution, which we already know. And now I've talked about Noor Jahan as a junta. Can I discuss how Jahangir's, or rather Noor Jahan junta's politics decides how Shah Jahan comes to power? Yes? Okay. Now the original name of Shah Jahan is Khurram. Now, Noor Jahan initially, in a way, favored Khurram. Khurram is not the direct son of, is actually not the direct son of Jahangir. It was Harkha Bai who, listen to me, and I really don't want to do this. Khurram is written like this. Khusrau is written like this. So what is the confusion? इतना तो आई नो माई वॉइस इज नॉट 100%, बट मैं खुर्रम को खुसरव तो नहीं बोल रहा हूं. सो if there's a separate Khusrau, it's a different Khusrau. Khusrau was the son of Jahangir. Khurram is also the son of Jahangir, but Khusrau and Khurram are different. So if you get confused in these things, then have to open your ears. Have to really open your ears. So please be clear that Khusrau is different, Khurram is different. Now, Khusrau fought with Jahangir when he was coming to power. Khurram is Shah Jahan. Now, Shah Jahan is basically the son of Harka Bai, which is who was Dara Shikoh. Dara Shikoh is the son of Shah Jahan. आ रहे हैं, उस पे भी आ रहे हैं. You know certain names. I know very good 110% very good star to your. I know you know Dara Shikoh, but Dara Shikoh is the son of Shah Jahan. I'm still talking about Jahangir only, and I'm talking about how Shah Jahan came to power. Okay, now you have 1 second. Give me 1 second just. Shah Jahan, real name was Khurram, and Khurram was initially a part of Noor Jahan's junta. And Noor Jahan said that Shah Jahan should become the next ruler once Jahangir dies. But Noor Jahan had a daughter, and the daughter was married to a person called Shahryar. To a person called Shahryar. Sometimes I read this like Shahryar. Now, initially, Noor Jahan said that Khurram will become the ruler, but later she started to play the game with regards to saying that Shahryar should become the next ruler. And it is here that Shah Jahan could see the politics what Noor Jahan was doing. And when it came to the accession of Shah Jahan, there was a lot of issues which were created. Because what Noor Jahan did was that she said that there is an issue of the Uzbeks which is rising in the area called Kandahar. And she said that to Kandahar, Khurram should be sent. But in politics, if you go away from the center, what happens? In politics, if you go away from Agra, what will happen? What will happen is that Shahryar will be able to capture power and the claim will be lost. So Khurram could see that, or Shah Jahan could see that Noor Jahan is basically sending me to Kandahar so that she can install Shahryar as the next emperor. So when Jahangir, under the influence of Noor Jahan, said that Khurram go to Kandahar, Shah Jahan said no. He said, if you will send me there, then give me the command of the army, which was not acceptable with people like, for example, Man Singh and even very towering leaders of the Mughal emperors being there. So it was never going to be the case that a very young prince was going to get the command of the army. So Shah Jahan actually had to rebel against Jahangir. He rebelled. He first tried to capture Gujarat. Thereafter, Jahangir had to send his most important general to go and fight with with Shah Jahan. Shah Jahan then moved from Gujarat to Bihar and then captured Bihar. And for at least 2 years, there was a proper conflict between Shah Jahan and Jahangir. But Shah Jahan was so well managed in his resources, and Jahangir was able to realize that Noor Jahan was playing a game, that later Jahangir realized that Shah Jahan should be the emperor, and Shah Jahan was made the emperor after all of this drama. So if you look at it, Jahangir had to fight his father and his elder son, which is Khusrau, to come to power. Shah Jahan had to fight her own foster mother, stepmother, which is Noor Jahan, Shahryar, and initially his father Jahangir, because of the misunderstanding created by Noor Jahan. Basically, this is a very standard concept which emerges in the Mughal Empire, wherein they keep on doing this to themselves. Because the highest point in this whole story will come when it will come who will take over after Shah Jahan itself. So family politics was quite heavy when it came to Jahangir and Shah Jahan both. It was Khurram who had to fight with his stepmother Noor Jahan to come to power, and Noor Jahan unsuccessfully tried to marginalize Jahangir, and Jahangir, in that sense, was under the interest, or basically was under the influence of Noor Jahan for a period of time. So what I've told you is, how did Akbar come to power? Shumayu killed. How did Jahangir come to power? Akbar and Khusrau. And how did Shah Jahan come to power? Nobody is going to ask you this question. Nobody really cares about it. Because when we talk about Shah Jahan again had to challenge. He had to take Kandahar. Then he had to fight in the Gujarat sector. And thereafter he had to then fight with his father, his general. And then he was finally taken to the Bengal sector, where he was again trying to attack Agra. And finally, after moving from Gujarat to Bengal to then coming to Agra, Shah Jahan was given power. So Jahangir came to power by fighting with his father and his son. Shah Jahan came to power by fighting his father's general Mahabat Khan and his stepmother Noor Jahan. And in the end, Jahangir realized that Shah Jahan was able and he should come to power. Are we clear about Shah Jahan? Because when I talk about Shah Jahan, can we discuss that? Can we discuss then Shah Jahan? Because he's known for standard things. Can we discuss Shah Jahan? Okay, very good. Who were the real parents of Shah Jahan? Jagat Gosai and Jahangir. Real parents का सब parents ही है. There are multiple wives, so multiple wives means multiple foster mothers. What happened to Khusro? Dead. What happened to Khusro? He's dead. He's dead. Okay. Now, can we move forward? Yes or no? One second. Okay. Yes. Sir, Jahangir fought with his own son. Yes. Akbar he had to fight a little bit with his own son Khusro. Okay. Now Shah Jahan is known for two things. Everybody knows. One is Taj Mahal, making Red Fort, but he's known for the one who, after Sikandar Lodi, brought back power to Delhi. Brought back. How was the reign of Jahangir politically? Established with Noor Jahan trying to take away power. If you really want to read Noor Jahan in Satish Chandra, there's a very good section. It's called Noor Jahan Junta. Very well written. I really don't need to go into that much politics, but I've told you basic ones. The Sharia thing is the real problematic one. So, Delhi Sultanate had its capital as Delhi. Sikandar Lodi took it to Agra. From Agra, it was brought back under Shah Jahan. Shah Jahan is the one who actually had to bring back power to Delhi, and Delhi will become the seat of power after Shah Jahan will become emperor. Shah Jahan's rule is not known for what he did really, rather than wasting a lot of money. If you really want to waste money, give it to Shah Jahan. He'll tell you how to waste it, from making the paintings embellished with gold to only using marble to destroying the treasury. Aurangzeb inherited an empire which was bankrupted. I will discuss this with you when I will discuss decline. But in a way, Shah Jahan single-handedly knew how to waste money. But what is actually the real reason which Shah Jahan is known for is actually the way his sons fought to come to power, and his most infamous son Aurangzeb. Now, Shah Jahan had four sons. Shah Jahan had four major sons, eight total, four major sons. One is Aurangzeb. I've told you, from Humayun dead, Akbar alive gives power to Jahangir. Jahangir has to fight his son Khusrau. Shah Jahan has to fight Jahangir and Mahabat Khan and his foster mother Noor Jahan and Shahryar. And now we're discussing how Aurangzeb comes to power. Now he has four sons. Shah Jahan has four sons. Mughal Deccan is optional level, Chetan, but I will discuss the basic impact of that. Deccan policy is of no purpose to you when it comes to GS level. Aurangzeb, he has a son called Dara Shikoh. Then he has one called Shah Shuja and Murad Baksh. And he had three daughters. One is called Roshanara, Jahanara, and Gohurara. Now, what is interesting is the fact that Dara Shikoh was the one which Shah Jahan wanted to come to power. But we have discussed Shah Shuja also. Can anybody tell me where have you heard the word Shah Shuja previously? Where have you heard the word Shah Shuja? Where have you heard the word Shah Shuja? In modern India. No, not. Don't do that here. This is literal. Half of your writing Battle of Plassey. That is a person called Sujauddin. And firstly, you are also incorrect with saying it Battle of Plassey. It should be Battle of Buxar. His name is Sirajuddaulah. You are mixing Sirajuddaulah, Sujauddin, and Shah Shuja. Shah Shuja gave a farman in 1651. In return for 3,000 rupiah, he gave the farman to the British. Sirajuddaulah is the ruler of Bengal, and Sujauddaulah is the ruler of Awadh. Don't do this to yourself. Literally, I don't know if I've taught you modern India or not. If you're not able to basically understand the difference between Shah Shuja, Sujauddin, and Sirajuddaulah, spellings are totally different, is not confusing, it is in your mind confusing, then it is a problem. Please revise. Literally revise. Because this is a problem. Half of your writing Battle of Plassey. If you write Battle of Buxar, I still understand. Galti mein bhi galti hai. Which is the bigger problem. That if you had said Buxar, I would have understood Suja. But you are saying Plassey. So very simply, not Golden Farman. The Golden Farman is Golkunda ruler. Either हम लोग we are going forward and you are going backwards. Most of you most probably have already done modern India. So please don't do this to yourself. Now, Aurangzeb, Dara Shikoh, Shah Shuja, Murad Baksh, and three daughters, Roshanara, Jahanara, Gohurara. Now, Shah Jahan wanted Dara Shikoh to become the next ruler. However, Aurangzeb was extremely ambitious. Now, what happens is that there are alliances which develop. Dara Shikoh and Shah Shuja go into an alliance. Aurangzeb and Murad Baksh go into an alliance. Roshanara, Jahanara, Gohurara also support these brothers. At one point of time, Roshanara was supporting Dara Shikoh and Shah Shuja. Jahanara was supporting Aurangzeb and Gohurara was supporting Murad Baksh. It's proper India type familial, what we call as issues. Sister, brother fighting with each other. How you would do it with your cousins. Everybody is into an internal understanding that we will do this thing to this term. And this is what is happening here. Proper drama which happens in India, it is not something which happens today. Shah Jahan can see it himself. Now, Shah Jahan chose Dara Shikoh and Aurangzeb did not agree with that. In what is called as the Battle of Samugad, both of these two ideas or the two sides fight. Darashiko Shah Shuja versus Aurangzeb and Murad Baksh. And unfortunately for India, in that regard, unfortunately, literally for India, Darashiko got killed. And who won was Aurangzeb. Aurangzeb will later murder Murad Baksh. And when Aurangzeb marched towards Agra to take the throne, Shah Jahan closed the gates of Agra fort to him. So what he did was that he poisoned the water of Agra, saying that till when will you stay inside the Agra fort? And that is why when Aurangzeb actually came to power, he imprisoned Shah Jahan for 8 years in the same fort which he had locked. But problem with Aurangzeb is Aurangzeb inherits an empire which is more or less bankrupted, and he has no other option, which I will discuss with you in the context of religious policy. He will go into an understanding with the ulemas and the Maulvis and the orthodox Muslim faction. And Aurangzeb in everybody's imagination is remembered for one thing, which is bigotry, the destruction of temples, this and that. But Darashiko was exactly the opposite of Aurangzeb, considered the second Akbar in that regard. Now, Aurangzeb, when he comes to power, he removes all the standard things which his forefathers had done, removes dancing and drama from his court. He removes Navroz, a festival of Iran. He also establishes what are called muttashibs, who will go on checking in public sphere if Muslims are living their life as per standard Muslim understanding. Aurangzeb is generally known to be a staunch Muslim, but there was a stance which he had to change or take, which was based on his position, which we'll discuss in decline. But Aurangzeb is known to be this exact opposite. If there are heroes and villains, he is one of the villains. And whilst he's not the first one to revive jizya tax, which Akbar initially had removed, then brought back, Jahangir initially removed, then brought back, Aurangzeb's bringing it back is considered very important. I'll ask you a very simple question. He was in a fiscal crisis. I will discuss that with you. In an empire where there is 95% population non-Muslim, jizya would be a very big tax collection component or very small tax collection component. A very heavy, big amount. And the reason why he had to bring back jizya was because he had no money, which may not be true for Shah Jahan or Jahangir or Akbar. He had this big problem. So when we talk about Aurangzeb, we'll talk about Aurangzeb in the context of religious policy and decline. But what I want to do is I want to close this section, which is this standard politics. Aurangzeb's one more fault was that he reversed the policy of Akbar when it came to Rajputs. Will we discuss this tomorrow? Akbar's policy was very clear that Rajputs' internal politics, Mughals will never touch. But in the Rathors, Aurangzeb played a politics. And that is why the Rajputs left Aurangzeb and a major pillar of the Mughal Empire left. And that is why Aurangzeb is going to then pave the way for the decline of Mughal Empire and rise of the British. So the simple point is, let's try to understand Shah Jahan and thereafter Aurangzeb basic politics. Shah Jahan, as we know, imprisoned by his own son for 8 years, eventually where he will die. Thereafter, Darashiko was the one who was a better son, was very learned, was very syncretic, knew Hindu scriptures also. He wrote Hindu scriptures, translated even the Upanishads, the Bhagavad Gita into Persian. However, Shah Jahan will not be able to install his preferred son Darashiko. Rather, Aurangzeb will kill Darashiko to come to power. Standard politics, Ashoka did it. Everybody does it. Kill father son is not something very big in politics. Thereafter, when we talk about Shah Jahan got more embroiled in the Deccan policy. Bijapur, Ahmednagar, Golconda was the politics. If you can remember this box, you're remembering everything worth remembering for the Mughal political sphere. And he was the one who will basically be able to at least take Ahmednagar and Bijapur for some period. It is, however, Aurangzeb who is remembered the most after Akbar for everything wrong. After taking the title Alamgir, he will call himself Zinda Pir, a saint, and thereafter remove everything which was Muslim, non-Muslim in his court. So he will bring back jizya and pilgrimage tax. He will ban singing and dancing. He will remove the kalma, which is the Quranic verses on coins, saying that people trample over coins, so they are basically trampling over the Quran itself. He will remove a Zoroastrian, which is Iranian festival called Navroz from his court. He will also establish what are called muntashibs, who will go on checking people if they are not drinking in public, getting intoxicated, because drinking is not allowed within Islam in the public sphere. And therefore, Aurangzeb is the one who is only known for Kalesh. Everywhere he will have a problem. He will go into an issue with the Ahoms, with the Jats, with the Rajputs, with the Marathas, with Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. He will also have his own son fighting with him, Akbar II. He will also then start to lose things in the Deccan sector. 8 years he had to stay in the Deccan sector itself. He basically never managed the crisis properly. And by the time he died in 1707, Mughal Empire was already in a trajectory of decline, which I will discuss with you when we'll discuss Mughal decline. With this, we basically finish the political history. I hope you will just go through the PPT once more and learn the basic facts. Can you do that? Can you do that? Yes. I give you a breather because I want to now discuss a very important topic, which is revenue administration, which is going to be the discussion we'll have. And tomorrow we do Mansabdari, Rajput policy, religious policy decline. Can we take a breather and start with revenue administration? Okay, perfect. So we come back around what? It's 7. I take it at 7:40, 7:45, 50. We come back at 7:50 and last 40 minutes, I want your attention. We can do that? Okay, see you. Okay, let's start our discussion. Last 40 minutes. Now, when we talk about administration, there are 4 parts. One is basic administration, then Mansabdari Jagidari, which we do tomorrow, and the basic administrative positions also, which you can see here. Wazir, Mir Bakshi, which we'll discuss tomorrow. What I want to really discuss is the concept of Zabti or and Dehsala. Now, the administration, this basic concept is also called Todarmal Bandobast or Dhasala system, because it was developed by the finance minister of Akbar, who is basically Todarmal. Now, one second. Huh? Okay. Now, what is Sher Shah Suri's concept? Sher Shah Suri's concept is 1/3 into Ray into produce gives you tax in cash. Now, this means that every season, every year, a Ray list has to be produced. And to give you a basic glimpse of how administration works, at the village level, market is there. There was one officer called the Kanungo who notes the market price, sends it to Agra, to the Wazir. Wazir creates the central price list, which is Ray. He sends it to the Amin. Amin is the tax assessor. On the other hand, the one who collects it is called Amil, tax collector. So Amin basically tells the peasant, this much land is there, this is your tax which you need to give after you have produced. So who comes first, Amin or Amil? Who will meet the peasant first, Amin or Amil? The Amin. The Amin will meet first, estimate how much revenue you need to give, and Amil will after. This is sowing period. This is sowing period. This is when tax is collected, meaning post harvest. So in the Sher Shah Suri system, it seems to be very similar, simple. 1/3 Ray produce, but the problem is this circle has to be done every season, every year. And this is a problem because Kanungo has to send it to Wazir. Wazir will create central price list. The Amin will send it to the Amil. Now, there are two major issues in this system. What is the prerequisite for this type of system to work? As per empire size. As per empire size, what is the prerequisite? The empire need, if it is too big, this will not work. Only if your empire is small, it will work, because there is, if it's a big empire, then data has to come to the wazir from every part of the empire, and therefore it will take time. So there are two issues. First is that it's a time taking process, because if you do it every season, every year, you have to produce it every time. And second is, can anybody tell me, oh, this whole system is based on whose responsibility? Is based on whose responsibility? It is based on the Kanun Go. It is based on the Kanun Go. If the Kanun Go does not give the right data, Kanun Gos have to give right data. Because if they don't, then the system does not work. Because if they don't, then this system does not work. Very simply, there are two issues in Shesha Suri's concept. There are two issues. One second. There is two issues in Shesha Suri's concept. One is, it's a time taking process when empire is too large, and delays mean distress to peasantry. And second is, Kanun Gos can distort data and create issues. Do we agree with this? That these are the two major issues which can emerge? The honesty of the Kanun Gos and the delays which can happen because it's a very big empire. Every Kanun Go has to send it. Every cycle, every season, every year is cumbersome. Can we all agree with these two issues which Akbar faces because his empire is very, very big? Are we clear about these two things? Agreed? Come on. When I give you a break, still your energy is low, then what's the point? And I am the one who's not well. Okay. Now. Now, Akbar needs solutions. Akbar needs solutions. So the first solution is of the Kanun Go. So what Akbar does is, he appoints Karoris over Kanun Gos to check their data. So basically, now Kanun Go will send the data to Karori, then it will go to the Wazir. So there's a new check and balance to check the correction, to check the corruption of the Kanun goes. Are we clear about this? Very good, Femina. But what is the consequent issue when it emerges? If you add another officer, what will happen? Does it increase the time, decrease the time? The problem is that if you add another officer, it increases the time needed to now check the data. If the Karori is corrupt, then both will get killed. Some way or the other, cut into pieces, thrown into the land for which they were corrupt for. The simple point is, Karori and Kanungo, as soon as you add another officer, it will take even more time. So Todermal needed to do something. Now Todermal said, and this is what is called the Dasala system, the second solution, the Todermal Bandobast. And you should understand that we don't think of medieval India as this complex. I don't think you would have an idea of how they are trying to find solutions for the peasants. Pro-farmer policy is being taken. And it is so complex and so sophisticated in which the answers and the solutions are coming. Now, Todermal says, what is the point of taking data every month or every season? Todermal said, I will change the formula. I will make it 1/3 into 10-year average. That's why it's called Daha Sala. Daha means 10 Sal system. 10-year average produce into 10-year average cost of, or rather 10-year average of selling price, which is now Ray. So Ray becomes 10 years average of selling price. I'll give you a very simple example of this. For example, there's A. He produces wheat. Under the Sala, what will happen? Let's take it that he introduced it in 1570. 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now, these 10 years, he was producing, in produce, it was 100 kgs, 400 kgs, 300 kgs, 350, 400, 400, 300, 260, thereafter maybe 250, 400 and 380. Now, can you give me the average of this? Can you give me the average of this? Can you give me the average of this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Huh. Give me the average of this. 400, 300, 350, 400, 400, 300, 260, 300, 250, 400 divided by 10. Add all of them. 400, 300, 350, 400, 400, 300, 260, 300, 250, 400. Add all of them. What does the average come to? It should not be, I think it's some of you are saying, don't make me bring out the calculator. 336 you're saying. Now 1/3 of 336 is how much? 112 kgs. 112 kgs. And now what Todermal said was, check the price at which wheat was sold. Now per kg, 10, 8, 7, 10, 12, 8, 6, 10, 9, 8. Tell me the average of this. 10, 8, 7, 10, 12, 8, 6, 10, 9, 8. What is the average? Basic CSAT question. 8.8. So he takes it as 9. 8.8 rounded off to 9. So what he's done is now this is going to be the cash obligation which the state will take from this farmer, which is rupees 1008. Now this does two things. Because it has taken the produce average and taken the average price, Todermal does not need to revise this every year. And though the Sala system is not that this is fixed forever, it is on the state when they want to change it. But Dasala does two things. First, it gives certainty to the farmer that he knows this much is going to be paid. Second, it accounts for the variations which have happened over the last 5 to 6 or 10 years. So basically, what Dasala is that he has asked to take 10-year average of produce, 10-year average of selling price, and that way the obligation remains more or less similar every year. So if I'm a farmer, I already know what I have to pay. And if that year there is more, it is good for you. If it is less, you don't produce it. So the first solution, now this in a way solves the issue of this. Because it will take time for the data to come, the state does not need to revise it every year. So the two problems which Akbar had was, first, distortion of data, and second, Kanun goes not, and second, time taking. So he is undercut that by basically appointing an officer above the Kanun go, and second, not trying to produce the Ray every year. The Sala system takes 10-year average of produce, 10 years average of selling price, and then decides how much obligation you are going to pay. The state has not fixed it forever, may change it when it needs to. They change it, they don't change it, they don't change it. Are you understanding how Todermal has taken or done a master stroke here? He's made it more open, and he's made it something where the state does not have to year on year change it. He can fix it for 5 years, not change it for 5 years. He can then change it after 10 years. Do you understand what is the Sala? Do you understand what I've done here? I've just taken 1/3 of the produce average for 10 years into average market price for 10 years. That's it. Nobody is going to ask you to solve a question on this, which is do a numerical. But I hope that you are able to understand what is the logic behind it. Sher Shah Suri was very, very foresighted in making sure that the state tries to take pro government, pro peasant approach, and he tries to remove the issues out of it. This is inefficient with view of revenue generation, as price increases every year may reduce over time. Again, that is not true, Prashant. If you go by any of the prices which happen in India today, there is too much variation. So it's not that everything only goes up. See, there are two words which are there: Jama and Hasil. Estimated revenue and collected revenue. Does Dhasala bring these two together or make them go far apart? Does it make it come together or go far apart? Together. Because most probably there will be no major variation between Jama and Hasil. Because the Amin knows how much the peasant has to pay, and the Amil knows what he has to collect. But if every year office increase, I don't know what you mean, but if every year increase, then average price will also increase. But again, Prashant, use your mind. This revision will happen when the government wants to. So between 1570 to 1579, they will not change it. So if it is increasing, is it good for it is good for the peasant. So for once, somebody is doing welfare for the peasants. But if the peasant gains in this 10-year cycle, maybe the government will realize in 1773 that I need to revise it. So they will revise the rate. So it is pro peasant, pro farmer, and accounts for change in prices if it happens year on year. You can see here the 10, 8, 7, 10, 12, but it became up to 8. The problem is you're not understanding that when it comes to prices, if price increases, is there a guarantee that the price will increase next year also? Most probably, if something price increases, its price will automatically come down next year because supply will become too much. If you have any idea of what is called Great Depression, or if you're called any concept of what we call as overproduction, or the perpetual chase between what we call as demand and supply. Again, I don't know what level your economics is. uh, every time this happens with onions, potatoes, or any form of top which is called tomato, onion, and potato, because every time tomato price will start to go up, more people will start to produce it. By the time the supply will meet the demand will fall, and there will be overproduction. So the tomato will go at a throwaway rate. That is why either farmers are selling tomatoes at 100 rupees per kg or throwing them on highways. But unfortunately, that is not what I have to teach you. The basic point is, it's not stagflation. That is not something. It's called it's called the chase between demand and supply. Supply always takes more time to change. The demand can change very quickly. But leave it. If you don't understand it, I thought you were RBI governors, but okay, no issues. The simple point is, Jama and Hasil come together for the state. Over and above that, simple point is, nobody is asking you to explain this to them. If there's a statement based question and it says what is Todarmal Bandobast, you will be able to understand what does Dhasala mean and what it is. Yes. So I'll read it out to you and then we'll break for today. Because this is not the only system. There are 3 more systems which we'll discuss tomorrow. See, Akbar, after coming from Gujarat, identified this issue, that there was an issue in revenue administration. Shesha was cultivating basically based on Ray, but Ray was being produced every year, and that was leading to considerable delays and hardship for the peasantry. Now, Akbar reverted to the annual system. In between, Todarmal was figuring this out. And he called, or he appointed Karoris to be appointed over the Kanungos to check the facts and figures which were sent by the Kanungos itself. On the basis of this, in 1580, Akbar started a new system which is called the Dhasala system. Now, under this system, the average produce of different crops as well as average price prevailing over the last 10 years was taken into consideration. One third of the average produce was the state share, and the state share demanded cash. This was done by converting the state share into money on the basis of a schedule of average prices over the past 10 years, which is Ray. Not only were local prices taken into account, Parganas having the same type of productivity were grouped together, and the peasant was required to pay on the basis of local productivity, local prices. But, tell me one thing. If there is a person who has 10 acres and he is producing 1000 kgs, and there's a person who has 100 acres and he is producing 1200 kgs, who is more inefficient, A or B? B is more inefficient because 10 acres can produce 1000 kgs. 100 acres is not able to produce 200 kgs, only more, when he has close to 90 acres more. Now both will pay more or less the same ray. So is it just? Is it right that both A and B pay the same ray rate? No. Therefore, the Sala system lacked one thing, which is it did not have measurement of land into consideration. So what Todermal says is, Todermal adds in the later years into Dhasala the concept of measuring land also. And that is what Zabti is. Zabti means Dhasala system plus measurement of land. To be very clear, very clear, you have what is Zabti system. Zabti system is 1/3 of 10-year average produce into 10-year average price, and this average price changes as per land measured, meaning more land ray is higher, less land ray is lower. Is this pro poor, pro peasantry? Yes or no? Is this pro poor, pro peasantry? Yes, because it is trying to tax the rich more. So the bigger the zamindar, the more he has to pay. The smaller the holding, the less he has to pay. And this is basically Zabti system. Dhasala plus measurement of land equals to Zabti. If this is clear, I would like to consolidate and we break for today. In this system, was there in existence Sheshasuri? No. Akbar's innovation, basically Todermal's innovation. So in the history, there exists tax on agriculture, but at present, no tax on agriculture. Why? Political pressure. There is no consideration on the basis of fertility of land. That is already there. On 10-year average produce takes in fertility also. Amin is the tax assessor. Amil is the collector. We'll talk about that tomorrow. Don't worry. Okay. So, what have we done since the beginning of the class? Who used to decide land measurement? Amin goes and measures the land. We have discussed First Battle of Panipat. We've discussed the concept of how Panipat was important. We discuss the political history of Babar, Humayun, Akbar, Shesha Suri, in between Shah Jahan, Aurangzeb. We discuss the War of Successions. We've understood also Shesha Suri's innovations, Ray, and we've understood one aspect of administration. Tomorrow we finish Mughal India properly, and Saturday, Sunday we'll one day do Marathas and Sikhs, and one day do Bhakti and Sufi. Most probably by Monday we will start with art and culture. Done? Why mostly Akbar's time is discussed as compared to others? Because he's the one who bring in a lot of innovations. Does anyone do anything to increase agricultural productivity? No, but the peasant has the incentive to increase it. Was there no role of Mansabdar? You don't know, Anurag, what a Mansabdar means, so don't use that word. Really don't. Tomorrow I'll talk about it. Because Dhasala Zabti has nothing to do with a Mansabdar. Leave it. Okay. Done. Is everything clear till this point? You have to be very clear in telling me that technical areas tomorrow, quite a lot of technical areas we will discuss. So I hope all of this is making sense. It is? Yes or no? Yes? Okay. So I will see you tomorrow. We finish Mughal, then we move to Maratha Sikhs and Bhakti Sufi. Same time as always. It's a Friday, yaar, kal. Okay. My attempt is in 2028. Can you suggest a way? Sarita, do the syllabus as many times. 2028 means I'll be old by that point of time. So just keep on doing as many revisions as many as possible. Cover everything. Do it as much. Mine is 2030. इस decade में ही नहीं है. So enjoy. By that time, most probably UPSC will change something for sure by that time. So yeah, just do what you're doing. Optional all finish. Do your GS. Revise for 5 years and become like a teacher itself. Mine is 2028. So most of you are in school, that means. Okay. Okay. You can actually do a PhD in the syllabus. You can do the syllabus 15 times. You can come here, take a class also on that. You can do multiple books. You guys, if you have more than 2 years, you don't have any justification to not read books. So read books as much as possible. 2024 people don't have a lot of time. Do revision, start what you need to do. So remember 2022, 2024, be on your toes. 2025, revise. 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. But you need to become specialists yourself by the time you give the examination. If you started so early. With this, I'll see you tomorrow. I hope I'm better than yesterday. I'll be better tomorrow. Thank you. Take care and bye-bye.